Hello folks, welcome back to the channel. My name is Joel Duggan and we are back in Satisfactory today. We're going to pick up where we left off after hooking up the garbage chute or the awesome sink array to the main bus. And I think we have to go either look for Caterium or plastic. The good news is Caterium is already being, I guess, smelted in one of our older factories. And so we can maybe capitalize on that. But the other thing is that we have to go and do some plastic recon and decide whether we're going to bring the plastic back to Devastator in the form of packaged oil and then make it into plastic and rubber on site, or if we're going to do something much larger. I'm leaning on the smaller project because I think it'll be a faster way for us to get into the end game, which is going to be tier 9. And so that's the plan so far. Hope everyone's having a good Thursday so far. I almost forgot what day it was. Saturday is coming. We're going to be doing Minecraft on Saturday, I think. I do have family plans this weekend, but they're going to be on a Sunday, so it should be okay. I imagine there'll be a lot of people around tomorrow and Saturday, where it's a holiday weekend for a lot of people. Blast Jordan, good to see you. SweetSandi, hello, hello. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. All right, let's just dive right in. There is a new version out, so the first thing I'm going to do is duplicate this save. I've already backed up my saves and saved them in another location. So it was only a small patch before the Easter weekend. It was like a rendering issue and some other crashes. So hopefully that means that some of the things that we were experiencing won't happen anymore. I would be happy if it was a performance update for things like what I've been dealing with. Cosmic Dancer, thanks for the lurk. Do you have the day off tomorrow, Cosmic? Hopefully you do. Hopefully today is your Friday. All right, first things first. Save a version. I find it really awkward to type when I play games. Main bus extension patch. No, post patch. Post patch. Because of the way that I align my keyboard, it's way off to the left to have like the WASD keys in line with my left hand. And so when I go to type anything, I always feel like I'm leaning over sideways to try and type stuff. So, did I open Satisfactory Modeler? I don't think I did. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop open the modeler. Oh, that's the wrong thing. That is what we want. So I've got two options. Both involve recycled plastic and rubber, so we'll have to go get a hard drive. But here, if we go Green Valley, it'll be 880 respectively. Or if we do something much larger, it'll be 1980. And that would be something we would bring the plastic back to site. We wouldn't build this on site. So this is where I'm leaning. So to kind of show you what this is, this would involve an oil well, and we would condense that all down into 1350 crude oil, turn it all into diluted fuel, and then resin. Resin gets topped up with plastic and rubber, but the diluted fuel gets evenly split into plastic and rubber, and these recycle into themselves, and you end up with 1800 of each, plus the top up of 180 from this. Now, we could, instead of adding in these 18 refineries, we could just sink all of this. Like this 900 resin, we could just turf it, and then we'd have 1800, which is a nice, easy 3 belts of stuff if we needed to do that. And I'm not so worried about losing 180 or 180 plastic or rubber per minute. So that's one option. It is very busy. The other one is the same principle, much smaller. So previously, I think there was 16 or 36 diluted fuel. There was 9 refineries. There's only 4 refineries in each one. Again, 400 here, we could just totally turf that. And then we'd lose the 80. So instead of 880, we would be only having 800. So we could simplify this even farther, which I think might be one of the better ways to do it. Because then we only have to do with 16 of those. And then unfortunately, the big thing is the number of refineries that you need for each of these. 27 refineries, like that's huge. So the problem becomes, where do we put that, right? Even if I bring it all back, can I fit 54 refineries? I mean, we've got a lot of room, but do I want to waste all that space? Right? So here's a glimpse at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 4 times that times 2. So it would be like this entire floor would be refineries. Same thing with over here. We would do this entire thing would be refineries for plastic and rubber. And we'd be bringing back so much stuff. We would probably bring the train in back here rather than bringing the train in at the front and have it come all the way down here on a belt. I feel like it would be better to just bring it in the back door and do it that way. So I'm not really sure. Clef Prof, hello, hello. I saw that you made it into the Discord yesterday. No, guess who forgot to put in holidays to cover the Easter holiday? I'll give you a clue. Cosmic, your work it's not a stat holiday? Really? Wow. I thought that was something that Canada inherited from the UK. Do you get overtime? Hopefully you get overtime. Don't answer if that's too personal. I just hope it's worth your while. So yeah, we can bring all that plastic back. Or we could bring all that oil back. So it would be the same principle actually as this nitro train. So the nitro train takes empty canisters and then loads up on full ones. And so we would be doing the same thing, but with gas canisters, oil canisters instead of nitrogen gas. I feel like that's probably the easiest to set up. And so the places that I'm thinking of, if we did the full oil, the big production, it would be up here because there's 6 nodes up there. I saw on an interactive map that there's more nodes over here, and I feel like that's not correct. I just feel like that's not the case. Oh, there is a new node over there. Oh my gosh. Well then. That changes things considerably, doesn't it? So we're using... Currently we're using... I think there might be a missing node. They might have moved some nodes over here. We should go check that out. Huh. Well... Good thing we have a hypertube. Just realized there's a hole in the middle of the hypertube. So we don't slow down there, and we don't get squirreled around in the junction, but those are horizontal. They're not going vertical. If I was still working at it for a bank, I would have had it off. As it is, you don't. We're still open. I get nothing. It's a whole thing. Oh wow, that's a pain. I've always thought, I mean, I've been an entrepreneur most of my life, and I've been in management positions when I've worked for other people. Production manager, never in the realm of hiring or in making any kind of like decisions like scheduling in terms of like time off. But I've always thought, like, if I ever was in a privileged position where I owned a company and I had employees, I would be giving people more time off than they would know what to do with, if at all possible. Because I've been on the other side of that. You know, like I've been in places that, you know, malls that make you work on Sundays and holidays and all that kind of stuff. Oh, see, now that one we got slowed down on. Weird. I think it's because it's on a curve, maybe? And I realize that I've gone too far. I should have gotten off midway. I was on autopilot to Megatron. Yeah, it's probably the curve. I hope they figure that out. I hope they sort that out. So I guess we were just too far away when we scanned, maybe? I'm going to take the exit. I like how they indicate it. Very clear. Alright, so they are here. Pure. Normal. Normal. Where's the other pure over there? Is that empty? There's nothing in that. There's no node here anymore. Is there no more node here? No, there is. Why doesn't it show up on the map? It's weird how it's not showing me the stuff that I was just standing on, right? There is a oil well over here now. Son of a gun. With its high-tech graphics. It looks, I guess it looks better up close than it does far away. You get farther away and it starts to break down into like pixelated weirdness. Well. Precisely. It's a well. Impure. Impure. Wow. Okay. Normal. Oh, I meant to back up and show what those look like. Here, for anybody that's wondering, I found this very, very interesting. So here, I've got the animals on retaliation, so they won't bug me if I don't bug them. But check this out. If you're ever wondering how tiny we are, like, we come up to their hips, maybe, right? Like, we are, I mean, granted I'm far away, like, we are hip height on those guys. It's wild. See if I can get in his way. Like, they're huge. I mean, he's one of the bigger ones, but still. Cosmic, I have the opposite problem. I look better from farther away. Cosmic. You shush. But also very funny. But do I want to take plastic from here? Because that means that this is a lot closer to all of our infrastructure than this or this. I mean, that's got a train line that goes by it. So that might actually be better. I guess we should go and look at the other train. Did that tell me what was on the map over there? Probably did. I should probably flag those. The circle. Yeah, so oil wells and any kind of pressurized node. Water well, nitrogen well. I can't remember what they're called. They're not exactly called wells. Oh, I've also got... So we could potentially use some of this to increase our power. I kind of wonder whether I should do that. Because essentially what happened here, we've got 400 fuel gens, but only 240 are currently being used because of these pipelines limitations and the change on the ratio. But we've already built 400, including the infrastructure for them. So if we could add more oil to that, we could increase production, which would also increase plastic and rubber output. Now I've gone down a rabbit hole of what project I want to do. Either way, I got to mark down this oil node here. Why is it not? Map markers. Here we go. The map could use some TLC. Select. Let's go with that. Oh, enter a subcategory. I guess, well. Oil well. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit of information to that. Looks like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 nodes. Count them again just to be sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got a normal. Impure, impure, normal. So 2 of each. Normal and a pure. So we've got three times normal, 1 pure, and 2 impure. So if I remember correctly, well, we can probably just bring it up easy enough. Crude oil, resource wells. Oh, these are lower quantities. Interesting. I thought we got more. Can also be extracted from resource wells using a reload extraction, which is spread over 2 clusters. The default extraction rates are as follows. Okay, so these are far lower. than what we get from a normal node. So it might be better to use these as plastic. So 300, 150, and 75. So let's do some math. Very early in the coffee for math. 300 is just the one node. We've got 150 times 3 plus 2 times 75, say? Yeah. 900 crude oil. That might be enough to actually augment the power facility. I'll have to run the numbers on that. I'll do that quickly now. That's more oil than the 600 at the other location that I was considering. 0 T666, hello? Nope. I guess you can turn around easy enough. I think advice to anybody that's doing these kind of junctions, give yourself a longer lead up. I think that single spoke at the end there needs to be a lot longer. These can be short. The branches can be short, but the lead up needs to be decision length. My brain does not go that fast. I really wish they would give us boosters. I wish that there would be something that you could attach to a tube that would just like boop, 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 shoot you faster in either direction. You can do it now, but the problem is that you have to either exit the track and enter a loop, or you have to have 2 separate pipelines. Yeah, even in Satisfactory, it seems like kind of a project. I agree. I mean, 54 refineries, even with blueprints, is still a task, right? Yeah, those... I'm going to try to move those sideways. I think that's the problem. What do I want to do? I want to grab my brake train. Do I want to grab the brake train? I think maybe I'll leave the brake train where it is. I'll grab a train from front. I'll make my own. I could probably get rid of all these side rails, or get rid of the main central one and have both of these go all the way and just have like exits every now and again. So we're going to pop over to the other construction area and see what we can do there. The easier thing to do today might be setting up the Caterium. That's the Caterium factory, the old one. And so all I would want to do is maybe just redecorate it a little bit. So this is our temporary construction zone. And there should be a couple of oil wells just in here. Yeah, so we've got a radar nearby. So we can see all this stuff. So impure, impure, and then normal. I just want to kind of scoot over the hill and see. Here's another thing I wanted to check out. Look at how big the slug is. Like, it's hard to see at night, I guess, but like, they're twice the size of us. That is not how I interpreted them to be. Alright, so there's that. They're very close together. And it's very close to a train line. We would have to bring this one up a hill, I think. Hear something. Aha. The new biofuel is fantastic for discovery.
Live, laugh, consume. You no longer perform in your Maker Temple?
Helping meant leaving it.
Our blood will eat, build, teach.
I have no use for blood.
You do, consume.
Yikes.
Interesting.
Interesting is not the word I would use. Creepy. Creepy AI, man. So we'd have to bring that up there. See if I can do this again. Weird. I also don't know what's going on with our helmet. Our helmet renders in really strange. MindTripMedia, thanks for the 100 bits. Very much appreciated. I guess I should have left up my constructor for power slugs. We should just make like a triple constructor thing. These guys. That would be a fun little project to sneak in the base somewhere. Alright. This is impure. This is impure. I think it's also normal. The other one's normal. So this will give us the 600 that we could bring back. I guess I should run the numbers on if that is enough. If that is enough. plastic and rubber for what we need. That's the thing. So if we go to the modeler, that's 600. So 900 would give us, so it's 600 to 880. 900 would probably bring us up to around 1200 plastic and rubber. The real question that I have is the two things that I need to build are something I could work backwards from. I guess I could probably do it down here. So we need to do assembly director systems. Right? And some sort of engine. No. Turbine? Don't remember what they're called. It's got wire in it though. No. Cable. Automated wiring. Full units. That's this. Okay, that's the wrong recipe. All right, hold on. I want to know what the other space elevator part is called. Anybody in chat know off the top of their head? I want to say it involves motors. I'm new to this level, so I don't remember the names of everything. Turbo motors. Magnetic field generator. It's not a motor at all. So this we don't need plastic and rubber for. So we could attempt to do this immediately without any real issue. Magnetic field generator. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pop up on the wiki and see if there's alt recipes for that. Probably not very many. No, there's none. That is it. That is how you make them. Okay, so we can make 1 per minute, and we need 500. Yep. Control rods are either... All right. Stators were already making these. We will do the simpler version. These we're doing that version. These, I think we've got... $45 steel beams, 15 steel beams. Probably do that. I can't remember whether I have to put a limit on this. Yeah, okay, part limit 2. We're doing 1 per minute, so this is the bare minimum we'd have to do. We are doing stitch plates. We have regular rods. So these are already being produced in the factory. That's why I'm not going any farther backwards. We are producing ingots. Steel ingot, solid steel. I think we're doing solid steel ingot. That's already being produced. And then we can pull concrete from just about anywhere. That's that part of that tree. And then these guys, I have to look up the recipe for electromagnetic control rods. I do feel like looking ahead like this with recipes I either have or don't have is really helpful for future planning. One of the most frustrating things about the game is not knowing what you don't know and how to plan for it. Okay. So this is something that is used in a lot of other things. Those are all alt recipes. But uranium fuel rods, plutonium fuel rods, what we actually need it for. So I need more than 1 a minute. And so now I want to look at the cheaper way to make it. An AI limiter or a high-speed connector. I think the high-speed connector uses plastic. Yeah. Plastic is in the circuit board. So I think we go with the normal AI limiter because there's no plastic in an AI limiter. Just copper. And we've got extra copper. All right, so we'll go with the vanilla recipe for that. Electromagnetic control rod. These we are doing regulars. And these are doing that. We need sheets. And deuterium. So these are not that bad, but it's 500 minutes at 1. But we're only pulling in 1.8, 7.5. I don't know how much steel we have to spare. I feel like we have enough of these to increase this to 2. So that pulls that up to 2. And then we could also increase this to have extras as well. Things that go up to space elevator don't have alt recipes. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I knew that. So we could absolutely increase magnetic control rods. I guess the real question is, what do we have for overflow for rods? And what do we have overflow for plates? This is a really cool app. I really like this little thing. All right, let's not waste daylight here. We'll go Devastator. Is it S1 or S2? I don't remember. S1. I know we've got more than enough Deuterium. I'm not worried about that. It might even be worth making the AI limiters off-site. Oh, we're going to go around. Interesting. I would have thought we would have gone straight through. How do we... I don't remember how we're even connected to the other line. Do we have to go all the way to... I think we have to go all the way to the nitrogen. Yeah, let's not do that. Take the opportunity to maybe make a junction up here. More infrastructure is never a bad thing. I wanted to turn this. I'd say we could probably loop it around here. Or maybe not. I thought there was another build mode for these too. There isn't. Hmm. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go 5. Same thing over here. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's about halfway. Probably want to use this one. So can I go from here to there? So right hand to right hand. How does that look? Isn't terrible. Not bad. And now we'll just see if it takes it. Nice. Oh, I forgot about the height change too. Nice. Okay. Whoa, what was it that I needed to check back here? Remind me. The oil. Cars. It was our overflow on plates. I think that's the only place that they are. If I check my sheet. Iron plate, reinforced iron plate. It's not 50 a minute because we're using them on other things. But a quick way to check this now. So this is going to be our overflow from what we're not using over there from the machines in here. While that's calculating, I'm going to go look at this just to double check to make sure I can see what's going on. Oh, that's the wrong one. It's in here. So these are all of our stitched iron plates, both from below, being combined with our top ones. They go in here. Overflow is off to the left. That's the overflow there. This is, most of it is getting sent that way. And so overflow out the front here. This is what we're measuring on that belt. And yes, that is the only place we are putting reinforced plates is on this belt. So I wanted to double check to make sure that I had enough of these. 26 a minute. We only need 4, so we're good. We're good there. So I can I guess what I'll do is I'll bring this up. That's going to be main bus 25. Rods, I think, are also nearby. I feel like I saw rods go by somewhere. Do any rods get out? I wonder if we're using all of the rods. Well, while we're here. Oh, I saw something. Odd mix. So we'll see if we get any there. That might be the bottleneck. We need 15 a minute. I don't think we're going to get 15 a minute. We may have to do more with that. I don't know if I can make more rods. I might be able to. We might have iron ingots spilling out somewhere. I'm not seeing... If we had any iron ingot overflow, it would be after steel. I guess the thing to do would be to check the garbage chute and double check. That's something that would be nice. If you could also, like, track what things are coming out of the chutes. Does that thing actually tell us? I don't remember. Zero. Certainly not hitting close to 15. How many rods are we making? And are we at 100%? That's the other thing. Rods are second level. We're not making screws. We're backed up a little bit on the rods. That's odd. I'm assuming this is 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 8. So 16, 32. $345. Nope. 480. Well, that makes sense. Aha. You're full. So we are making more iron than we are using. So we can make more rods. Fair enough. That's good. And we've already got these constructors up here. They were allocated to screws, but we're not making screws because we don't need them. We got the alternate recipes that eliminates them, so we could actually create more rods up there if we wanted to. Okay, so rods are a possibility. That's a 480 belt. The rods are being used in here, and I'm pretty sure that my spreadsheet just tells me. In the heavy modular frame section. Yeah, there it is there. Devastator North Leg Iron, 32 constructors, 480 rods. We are making probably more modular frames than we actually need to. We've got 60. Well, we're making 20 overflow. What's happening up here? Reinforced iron plate overflow, modular frame. We're making 80 modular frames. We only need 60, 20 are going to the awesome sink array. We needed those two. So that answers two questions. Oh. You know what? We're good. Look at this. So I was backtracking from here, but we only needed these to make those. Yeah, I'm going to wait for night. Thanks, Andy. We should have extra modular frames. So I don't need to worry about this. I just need to worry about those. I should have started from the beginning rather than the end. I saw them somewhere. There they are, right there. Although we've got multiple things on that belt. So I just need to find the singular belt that is exporting modular frames. That feels like it's more than just a couple of minutes. There you are right there, I think. It's only 3 foundations away. Yep. Okay, so I'll just put one of these guys here. This looks almost full. We only need 2.5. So what I was thinking of, what I was doing, I was trying to locate these, but I don't need them. We can just do frames, main bus, and that is on 50. That means we can actually just delete that. Delete. I thought delete worked on this. Backspace doesn't get rid of it? Huh. Alright. So that's that. So next I guess we should look to see. I don't think we're making these at all. I don't think that's a thing. I don't see, this is a space elevator part, I think. So I don't believe there is an alt for that. There is an alt for that. Sandy, you said there wasn't an alt for versatile framework. They both require steel, so that's fine. And this one does not require rubber, so we have the modular frames, so we're good there. It's 30 steel beams a minute. That will change this. So I just need to figure out the best steel beam recipe. Uh, 4-1 or 24-9. It's a little bit better than 4-1. It's not by much though. I'm just teasing Sandy. Yeah, 24-9. 4-1. I don't exactly know how to compare those numbers. Let me just pop open the in-game. And we've got 28 a minute. So we've got plenty of those right now. That's good. I should note that. And that seems like an odd number. I'll note that on the bus, but that seems like a strange... Modular frames. I feel like that should be more. Should be 20. looks like we're not using all of our piping. If I was to find, looks like there's a pipe there. Now some of this does get used, and then for whatever reason we switch gears here. What happens here? Right, there's the export, and then we go on to merge. That's a lot of excess pipe we are not using. And there's no like recycle pipe recipe. If I was to hazard a guess, while we wait for that to calculate in game, our steel production is here. So I don't know that I've actually updated this for the rotors. We're doing encased steel beams. Am I doing this the right way? Yeah, this is the one I'm using. Heavy modular frames. 600, we've got 2,400 ingots. Wow. And we're just making all pipe. There, yeah, it looks like there might be 770 on the main bus. 699. So that's a lot. I feel like we can probably take some of our pipe machines and just turn them into beam machines. So for that, we'll just change the recipe. So we'll just cut that off and get rid of that. Turns this into the regular steel beams. We only need 2. So we can probably even convert just a bay. And that'll be fine. So that's those guys taken care of. Assembly directors, magnetic field generators. Was the magnetic field generator used in anything else? Yes. Quantum encoding. You might want to make 4 a minute. Again, doesn't really push our numbers. That's doable. I love that you can just punch in a number here and it just kind of trickles down. These are all very easy to manage. So now we're at the stators. I don't know if we're making enough stators. We could just, the thing with the stators here would be just to beef up the stators. The problem with our current stator recipe is that we are pulling in from the pipes. So if we increase this, we increase the pipe needs, which means we have to be careful not to have these two conflict because they both involve steel, right? So this is going to need steel. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is going to need steel pipe. And this is going to need steel ingot. We're doing solid steel. So we'll have to be careful there. And then these we're already doing. These are on the main bus. I'll find those. Yeah, so 690, 687. My numbers are a little off, but I still have lots of room. Where are my copper sheets? They are not alone on the belt, so we gotta find mid number 2. I should know what that is off by heart, but I don't remember. Just gotta find out where the copper sheets join that second line. I would say there's the copper sheets. So, copper sheets. And what main bus is that? It's one of those days where we're been back and forth between sheets and notes and planning and stuff. Copper sheets is 14. Sweet. And then Caterium, we are just not doing on site right now. So that seems like probably the first step we should do. This is a lot more simple than dealing with plastic and rubber. And we will need plastic and rubber because this is going to be really complicated. That one there. All right, let's simplify this a little bit. Whoops. I guess to get the total, I should put in a splitter, priority splitter. I'm going to prioritize those, I think. So the green one is the priority, 240, and then 27, so 267. Okay. So then I guess the last thing we need to check is the Caterium. I know I have it. It's just a matter of whether I want to bring it in. That's going to have to happen via train, I guess. $302. Probably 300 would be my guess. That was 302 when I looked at it. So then it's just a matter of where we do all of this. We do have some space up here. I'm going to need 4, 6, 9, 10 assemblers, 11, 13 assemblers. Yeah, that's not happening here. That's going to be down this way. We'll probably try to keep it high. That way if I need to do the refineries, I can do them down here. So maybe what we'll do is we'll add a room over here for the assemblers. Although I could also use this floor too. This is aluminum, right? Yeah. I feel like there was space down here too. Are these actually working now? Yeah, I bypassed the switch, and now everything here, or almost everything here, is going full tilt. We're running out of scrap. Oh, I could be wrong. Something going on with some of these middle machines. That's going well. So there's no more room over this way, really. We've got something for here, but I'm not sure what we'd end up putting there. So I think maybe here would be the better choice. Would be nice if we could put stuff up in between the rooms. I did not think vertically very well. Oh, right. That space is under there. We might have to use this. That's doable. Maybe we just use it to move it around. Get it over that space there. I don't know. It might be tricky to have everything come up in this wall. We might have to have this just be decorative space rather than functional, and then use this space over here as the functional way to get things up and down. Yeah, probably easier to go straight through. Okay, that's fair. That means I don't have to worry about this being 2 blocks. We could just make this 1 block. So we could put our machines here. That would take up minimal space. And they're not going to be very big. And we would just kind of line them up and knock them down like dominoes. We would have, oh, you know what? This is from a main bus. That's from an existing supply. So I don't need all of these. I only need 4, 6, 7. Well, okay. Still need 8. Yeah, I don't need 12, but I need 8. So I would say a group of 4 on the end, and then a group of 3 doing their thing, and then I only need the 1, but I gotta leave room for a quick wire. So 2 groups of 4. And if I just kind of keep the same basic layout that I have here. I feel like these only took up 2. Wait a minute, I've got a blueprint. What am I doing? I don't have to guess. I can just straight up test it. Assemblers. Sure. Computers. That's the right height. I'd say they were probably taking up 3 spaces. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got the kind of red ones over here. And then this would be split. And this would be 2 black ones and 1 yellow one. Plus the green one. There's our 8 assemblers in those rows, give or take. And then I have to do at least 2 constructors. Assembler is wider than 1 foundation, but the way that I have the blueprints, I have them nudged up against each other, I think.
Just think of how you'll feel when it's finished.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so it has to be as tight as they can be. It's probably more like 5 foundations. That's right. That just pushes it down a little bit. I don't know if you can do that with the blueprints or not. I think the blueprints have the same issue. Yeah, you can't actually cross the machines. That's fine. That's okay. So what we'll do then, I just have to make sure that I'm doing 2 constructors, and they're just little. Sorry, that changes that a little bit. So that'll be 5. Constructors are doing quick wire. I'm losing the delight, so I'm going to take a break before I get lost in planning. Once again, folks, I take a break once an hour. Gives me a chance to grab another cup of coffee, grab a little snack. You should too. And we'll be right back after a few advertisements from Twitch. If you're a sub, you don't see them. But feel free to chat amongst yourselves. Maybe grab a friend. Let them know that we're hanging out. And I'll be right back. right on time. So I guess the farthest reach will be the Caterium. We can set up just about everything else, though. First thing I need to do is I need to either remove... I guess what I should do is get all this stuff back onto the main bus. What's happening here? We've got overflow rubber. We don't need this rubber to overflow. And I'm not sure why all this is so slow. Yeah, this stuff shouldn't be backed up. But the computers and circuit boards we could actually be putting on the main bus rather than a temporary awesome sync. We could just take this straight down. I would say there's room right here. Oh, of course we're going to run into something. Jeez. That's annoying. I guess we could... Let's just go around it. Which lane? Probably this lower mid lane. It does not have a lot of stuff on it. So that is lane number 15, I think. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay. Easy enough. I would say that's probably good. And then we'll just get this over here. I have to figure out where I'm going to put it. Probably this lane right here. Oh, you know what? We don't really... Do we need this? I don't think we need that. Nice. So, I can actually just bring this straight around if I can figure out how high that is. That's one off the ground. maybe that height? That's definitely going down. Yeah. That looks better. Nice. Mark 1, and then we just have to find a spot over here while I'm not flying into a wall to attach this. That should be good. Uh-oh. Oh, we're pushing our luck, aren't we? Alright, maybe we'll go up on the other side. Can I go up on the other side? Yes. I thought I had room, but I guess I only have room to a certain point. That's a little bit better. Still not amazing. I guess I could just go straight. It's sort of cheating, but I forgot that I was going to lose this bottom space. So now all I have to do is just hook them up. Four per minute, and then where are my... I don't know what the overflow is on circuit boards. What did I say, 14? 50. It's not 4. Let's find out. Word Nerdify, hello. How's it going? We're making 10 20, 30, 40, 50. 50 circuit boards. $4.5. It's 9. And that's not on. So 18. Do these need circuit boards? So I think it's 32. You don't need circuit boards. You don't need circuit boards. I think it's 32. Pretty sure. Well, that's calculating. I want to go over here and figure out what might be going into overflow that shouldn't. I think the only thing over here now is rubber. Yeah. So where's that coming from? I'm okay with the other stuff overflowing. Don't know if we have overflow protection elsewhere, so. But that allows us to get rid of this. And really plan up here again. Not enough pink in the sign. $37, $35, $34. I feel like these should all be at a constant. It should all be at constant rate because they were all at 100%, right? So this flow should be pretty straightforward. That seems about right. I'll update the main bus. So these guys are going to be Caterium. And then I'm going to need, what did I say? 4. So there is the Caterium. The sheets are going to come in separately. They're going to be making AI limiters. We're making 4 AI limiters. Maybe we should increase the AI limiter output for storage. So we'll add a priority splitter into there. And then I can increase this. What happens if I just do that to 2? That doesn't change that. I guess I have to focus on the machine output. Right, that makes sense. There's the 4 we need. There's the extra 1. That's still a full machine. 1 AI limiter per minute. I think that's fine. So that means we don't need extra machines there. That does not mean we need extra machines there. So 4, got 1, 2, 3, 4. Trying to remember whether I wanted to make more versatile framework. Nope. It's magnetic control rods that I want to make more of. Yeah. Two per minute. Another 2 per minute. That's 5. Maybe as many as 10. What does that do to our numbers if I decide to do this with 10? Oh, it screwed that around. Oh, I see, because it focuses the extra up there. So we still do our 5, but it takes up all of our AI limiters. I still can't get that to go higher than 10. Probably because I have to put more out here. So 5. There we go. So this would have to be 12 to get overflow. Right, okay, I got it. So within 4 constructors, gives us 2 AI limiters, 6 extra control rods. If I bring that back down to 11, do 15. We get 5 in the storage. We've got 10, 6, 3 of those. 75 and 5. That's not bad. That's still all very doable, I think. Kind of plans for the future a little bit. I'm not sure what I would be doing with the electromagnetic control rods right here. They're plutonium based, so maybe I'm wasting my time. Yeah, let's dial back control rods to 6. Two there, 4 there. Making 10. Feel like that works out better? AI limiters are in supercomputers, so that'll be good too. 3.75 a minute. Could even increase that. I think that's a good plan. So that means we need 4 constructors. And then the next step is 3 assemblers. 3, no. That 2.4, that's 3, 5, 7, 9. Guess we'll just put them all in a row. Really wish those were center. So this will be 2, 3 of them are going to be doing AI limiters, and 2 of them are going to be doing control rods. I may end up turning those around. Those AI limiters, control rods. And then we've got more. And that is 4 more. No, 6 more. So some of this we could use in that space over there. So I might be able to fit a few assemblers over there. Or like maybe framework, maybe. Guess it doesn't really matter. And so then these guys are doing framework and then magnetic thingamabobbers. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Doesn't eat into this space too much. And then we'll probably use this space here. Bring stuff up. I did not leave myself much room here. I might be better off to nudge this whole thing down by 1 to give a clear space through here. Might be better. Or just eliminate that. Of course it doesn't fit, but you get the idea. Because that would be better space to have the wall. And I've got no idea how these are going to line up for corridors, but at least they're on the same floor. So like even having a door here would make sense. And maybe I could capitalize on this layout and have the doors line up in a way that makes sense. Could probably bump those down, move the door down a little bit. I think we're good. These are not so crazy that I think I need to do specific blueprints. I think I can just grab these blueprints here. Like, I think that's fine. Have the inputs that way. Output on this side. Yeah, I think that should work. That space probably works better as a access trench. Does that really bite into my lower level stuff? Yeah, a little bit. I would like to try to utilize this space if I can. Because I think next door is the room. Yeah. I've got to keep this tight. And we've got enough depth there, I think. Maybe we'll go one more. I really should have started planning these upper floors as a grid. Yeah, I've got this big space underneath, but I'm trying to think about leaving myself room for, like, if I need to have a lot of refineries, having a tall space like this is really good. So, like, I feel like I could do... feel like a refinery would fit in here? Oh, maybe not. Right, like, but they don't fit in that space. But if I got rid of all this floor, then they would. That's right. We can also have access here. Let's kind of squirrel around. Trying to think about one simple way to access the main bus now that we've got it there. Have you thought about how easy it is to make peepholes and then plug them up again with the middlemost pick thingy? I don't know what you mean. Can you explain that? Oh yeah, take the. I know what you mean about moving the wall. It's not about moving the wall. For me, it's about. It's not about seeing where the thing can go. I know where the thing can go. The issue that I have is deciding if I want to try to bring it down into this space and then take it left, or if I just don't want to have any left and right. Like if I just want to go from where we need it straight down and then that way without any left and right. I know it's possible. I just don't know if I want to sacrifice the space here to do it. That's all. That's all. I mean, either way, this is where we're putting this stuff. So I can at least start to build out these machines. So that's going to be quick wire. I kind of quite like that distance. Then I need 3 and 2. So 5 altogether. I feel like I'm going at this a little haphazardly. I really find it frustrating the way they made the dimensions of the machines. I find it very tricky. Unless you like really space things out. So we need 2 framework and 4, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, like they don't fit evenly. How do I do the spacing over here? I think they're in groups of 5. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 5 assemblers centered on 6 tiles. Which we could do there. And then 3, 4, 5, 6. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if the middle one was on the middle tile, then we could space them out, right? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So then that's the middle. Oh, nope. Right, so then this has to be probably on this middle. That works out. That's almost the same length as the room next door. That's fine. And then we can line up the door here where it makes sense. And that's if I want to keep that in this layout. I think that's a little bit funky. So we'll just change this. Even though machines are going to be making different things. And that should be straightforward. I feel like those are off by a bit. Yep. Right. When we make the final placement, we'll sort that out. So as far as input goes, these guys are going to be making quick wire from Caterium ingots. We can probably combine the output, no problem. I guess we'll just use the floor. Uh, 60. Mark 1. Assemblers are so much easier because they all line up so nicely. That's 120, and then this has to be a Mark III. And then these guys are going to be making AI limiters, and there's 2.5. So the total output is 12. So that's 4 per machine. 80 and 20s are nice numbers. Oops. I think we'll go with the tighter one. Must be easier to line up. Actually, why am I doing this? I should be doing this with a blueprint, shouldn't I? I should be doing that with a blueprint. Does the blueprint work for what I want to do? Yeah, that should be fine. Oh no, it's backwards. What about the computers? Computers are facing the right way. Alright, so we'll use this one. Make sure that that's right in the middle. That's not centered. That is, though. Computer. Thankfully, with the infinite nudge, we can make sure without any guessing. Oh, does that blueprint not fit? Does that not line up on the right grid? That's weird. Yeah, that does not line up. Even with micro nudging. The antenna doesn't line up. Well, crap. No wonder I was having a hard time with my stuff not lining up before. Obviously, the stuff that's underneath is causing a different dimension. Oh, that's wild. That's really frustrating. I mean, it's close. Don't get me wrong. I wonder if it's just a hologram error. All right, so that's going to be not computers. We're going to be doing copy that recipe, put it there. That's going to be quick wire. I might have to do all these manually. We'll have to see. And then we've got quick wire coming in. And we'll use this for quick wire. That's fine. And then this is going to be copper sheets. And then putting out the side, it's going to be AI limiters. So we're going to go green on those. Now I don't know if I can copy this new thing or if it's going to copy the old blueprint. At which point, I'll just copy a bunch of computer blueprints, and then we'll just change the recipe. And I gotta take a break soon. Oh, maybe I didn't have to go that close together. I think they might look better connected like that.
Do you find working in the dark more efficient, or did you simply forget that light exists?
Both. Oh yeah, that goes outside. I don't want to do that. Okay. I do remember nudging these from before. So yeah, painting and reassigning the recipe there should not be a big issue at all. Oh, did I turn it the other way? Oh, I see what you mean, Sandy. Yeah. Did I have it backwards when I was testing that out? Maybe I did. All right. Once again, short break, folks. I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. How old is Elvis now, SweetSandi? How old is the pup? All right, so we'll just paint these quick. We might change these later. I can just grab one of these, I think. There we go.
Your Fixit employee monitor camera feed is frozen.
Oh, thank
Please
you.
ensure the monitor feed is live at all times.
Let me just fix that. I'm not sure why that happened today. Not happened for a couple of streams. Weird. Appreciate the heads up. Four per minute. That, and then that. All right, and so that's the other two limiters. The other words, I'm making control rods. So I need to make 6 control rods. No, yeah, 6 control rods out of 2 machines. So these guys are going to be making control rods. And we just need 3 per minute. And again, for quick clarity, we'll paint them yellow, but I think that I might make all these machines the same design later. And then just to keep everything clear down here, yellow for control rods, green for AI limiters, these are going to be orange for copper. And then, what was the control rod recipe? Stator and AI limiter. There's the AI limiter. Or maybe we'll do those on the inside. And then stator, same thing. Power shouldn't be an issue. Now we just have to do these. Yeah, those lined up now. So it must have been a funky hologram thing. So 1, 2, 3. So that's the middle there. So once again, we'll have to use the computer blueprint. And that's the machine lined up on that center. And now, yeah, that looks right to me. Cool. I like it when a plan comes together. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I need 7? No, I need 6. Why was I building 7? Hold on. These are coming from a different spot. I need 2. No, I've already got those. There's 2 there, 4 there is 6. Three there, 2 there is 5. Two machines. 4 machines. I must have just messed up when I was doing the planning. So that won't work out then. I'm not sure what's this going to look like, so I guess we'll just look at it and see. Oh, you know what? Maybe it does work out. We're just shy. That is on. Okay. And then that's a little bit different, isn't it? Yeah. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it that? Is it only off by 1? How far is it off from the center? 1, 2. Yeah, it's only so we're the ½ meter off. How? I guess I could try to center them on the middle of that tile. So I don't have more room that way. So we'll do it here, I guess. That puts this just off center there. And just off center there. I think. Nope, that's also wrong. Alright, I think the thing to do is to center these ones on a line. And then go from there. Or I could just do 2 bays of 3 with a space in between them. Can that fit? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why would I split them up in weird ways when I can do 2 and 4? That's a meter. That's just a lot of wasted space. This was so much easier before. Just like Minecraft. It's a lot easier to do odd numbers than it is even numbers. Donaraf, hello, how's it going? And Elvis just turned 8 months. Very cool. Still very much a puppy. Chilling on vacation. Very cool. All right. Pop this up. Yeah, I don't know how I missed that, and I wanted to do 7 instead of 5. I bet you I was making more of these or something. Two and 4. I mean, we could just put in a 5th machine and underclock it.
Hard work pays off.
That's good to know, Ada. So Versatile Framework makes 2 per minute. No, 5 per minute. Making 10. Making 4. I could add a 5th machine for these and just have it at 80%. And that'll do what we need. And that'll solve the problem. I was to put one here. Dead middle. Oh no. Oh good, I can still get rid of it. Okay. So this is just me wanting to line things up with the tiles. You do not have to do this. I just wanted things to look nice. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm building an extra machine for our magnetic field generators. And we are then underclocking them. So this is going to be mag at 0.8. So we're still getting the same 4. It's going to look nicer. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then these two will be doing the versatile framework. And I think I had those as red for now. And the versatile framework is going to be at 100%. Nope, not one. Go. And so then these guys, I guess I can get rid of this. These guys need modular frames and steel beams. Probably do it that way. And then these guys need versatile framework and electromagnetic control rod. So the yellow is already good. And then these are going to be like the dark. So what I want to do next is kind of connect all these machines as they need to connect. So we are going to do AI limiters into both a bin and electromagnetic control rods first. So the AI limiters are coming out of this end. I may have to switch these around. Not a lot of room though. That would make sense if I could do it. Yeah, so this wasn't a perfect blueprint situation. We're going to have to change the direction for these guys. There's only 3 of these machines. We're only making 12 total. And half of them got to go over there. So we could split this one instead of a merger here. We could do a splitter. Probably have to redo this one. So that means half of these will go this way. Oh crap. Right, so we've got 2 going that way into 6, and then we can just, don't think this will snake quite as nicely, but if I'd space these out better, that would line up nice, but it'll do. Because that is exactly the number we need, so that's good. This needs 3, and that needs 3. Now the output here is where we need to like figure out where we're going to take this down somewhere. And I do think I'm going to try to utilize the space in between the buildings. So we might be able to even use might be worth it to use this. It's a little tricky. What are these? These are quick wire, and that has to go over to there. So immediately one of the things I realize I don't have to do is I don't have to come all the way down to the ground. We'll just go up to that level. Switch these around. Clipping into stuff like that used to really bother me, and I just don't care anymore. So I'm going to go out and around, so that leaving this spot available for vertical. Probably just do the same thing here. Okay, that's our quick wire going into the next thing. And then that needs an input, so I don't want to forget that. This does not fit on the space, though. So we're scooching outside of our realm. I guess I could nudge them forward, but then that's going to be a pain. I might change my mind later, so we'll not do that right this second. I'm more concerned about this, which is going to need copper sheets. This is going to be something that has to come up from below. I get a real heavy lag when I change materials now. I don't know when that started, but painting doesn't affect it. So there's our chute. And then we need copper sheets coming in that side. And there's something else that has to come up there too. Stators. That's 2. I need 4. So this is going to be heavy. There's going to be 4 lanes going down this side. So we've got at least 4 inputs coming up this way. Now, we could also, of course, use a larger space. I may also just get this stuff up here a lot faster by bringing it up over here. I would probably want to be on this side here. Question is, maybe we'll go just a little bit farther. Yeah, I think that'll work. Oh, I forgot about the pipes. I think we should be able to fit 4 of them up here. A couple on each side. Okay, so what is available that I know right now I can get? I know the sheets are available. I know... Don't know about the stators. I'll have to plan for the stators. Okay. So sheets and stators. They're the first one in. I gotta remember that this is gonna have some inputs coming in here. Right, I gotta don't forget about the Caterium. There's 5 altogether. I also had to think about going down, so that's probably those utilized. We'll probably just be better off extending this down to here. So the way that I normally do this is first in, first up. So then this should be Caterium. I don't know the speed that I need. 12 times 4, it's under 60. And that can just go straight up to, I guess, a splitter. Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the butt. I guess I could put it here. Okay, that's gonna go into there. Those will just have to go in a different direction. That's fine. That's the Caterium. And what we'll do roughly is essentially this. I always need to remember to put in my belts because sometimes I do that last and I end up running into issues. That's the Caterium input. We'll mess around with hooking up all 4 machines later. What's really cool is that we could actually do like a splitter here now. Right? Like you could actually do that. Switch that to that way. And then like split it like that. So it eliminates having to have like another splitter. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. Right? Because normally what you would do is you'd put a splitter like here. You'd have to like enter in from the side and then do it that way, but you could just do the one I don't know. It's 6 1/2 dozen of the other, really. What I needed to do is just make sure I knew what was going on here. And so for this, like, I guess I could just take this up to nowhere and put a splitter on it, and that would be fine. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. What I wanted to make sure I had the room for, though, was the lane down here. So now we need to get, it was copper sheets up here. And I guess we're going to layer stuff. I should probably do it at the top. How many copper sheets do we need? There are 3 machines. 60. And these don't need copper sheets, they need stators. So that's copper sheet input. I'm going to put down some signs quickly. And this was the stator. Don't know where those are coming from. So that's taken care of. This is good. Then that's taken care of, and this is what needs to happen next. I guess I could have just kept it all up in the ceiling. Is there any reason to not do it all up at the top? I guess we just start going into this area here unnecessarily, so I'll leave it like that, I guess. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That stator's going in, and I don't remember how many we need of those, but it's not very many. 9 per minute. That's the stators done. And then these guys, modular frames and steel beams. So there's 2 more lanes that have to come down that way. I feel like we can just utilize the same space. And this is steel. That might actually reach a lift. On the second level. Oh, so close. I bet you if I push this farther, it'll work. Nice. So that is going to be... Oh, no, that's the wrong one. That's... Not that it would really matter in the end, but that was what I had said was going to be modular frames. So really that should be here. Of course it doesn't fit. And then this one should be pretty straightforward. Straight mode to the rescue. Why did that not let me build? Why are you giving me green lights if it's too long? Hope they fix that. Okay, so then this is steel beam. Fair enough. And then this is just not used as of yet. That's fine. So we should do, again, this one goes first. And probably on the bottom, or whatever we think the bottom is going to be. And I would say probably, wouldn't mind having it go a little bit farther. I do want to keep it up off the ground. Should be able to disconnect that. Yes. Not when I misclick. So that is going to be imaginary Caterium, which we have not found yet. Well, we have it. We just don't know where we're bringing it from. Can I ever decide whether I should have low belts as default or high belts as default? So that's the Caterium. Next one is copper sheets. We can actually grab those. I think they were, I'm going to double check, but I think they were all sub 60. Yeah. Now that we've gone farther, we should be able to just grab these wherever. So we can bring these in at any space along here. They don't all have to be along this one area. So, because I do find grabbing them from too close to the supports looks a little bit weird. So we might actually grab it from here. Where's the edge of my thing? There it is there. Got lots of space. But what I would like to do is try to keep it on this level. So that we can walk underneath it and still move around. So we'll probably use the mid lane here. And copper sheets are on. I want to say it's 14. I was right. Second from the top. I can't believe I remember that. Ah, they're there. I wish there was an easier way to snap these things. We'll go to the right, I guess. Those copper sheets was this top one. I'm going to do that again. Be a little cleaner. Wall supports look very neat and tidy. I agree. I think what I like so much about it is I can fly alongside of them and see very easily what's on them. I think that's what I like so much about it. So that will hook up to here and fill out copper sheets. Oh, that built funny again.
Do you find working in the dark more efficient, or did you simply forget that light exists?
1, 2. So this is where we have to start layering things because it becomes a little bit more complicated. I'm just going to keep on going, I think, Sandy. I've got to wrap up in about 20 minutes, so there's no sense in taking a break now, but I appreciate the heads up. Well, let's just see here. I don't remember what that was. Modular frames? Stators. Stator and then modular frame. I feel like once we get 3 deep, it becomes a little bit more complicated. So the thing to remember here is that I'm probably going to have another wall. Although we have to output stuff too. Future Joel will be happy. And then this is modular frames and steel beams. This is where this might differ a little bit in terms of where we get it. We can always pull off, the thing I'm going to try to remember, I can always pull off horizontally if I can get things to scroll through these spaces. So this is modular frames. They are on. We just did this earlier. 15. So they're on this one. Somewhere, somehow. There. So for that, I'll just go in the next row over. Why is that not snapping? So then what we can do here is I can try to get to that level, or I can just try to scoot through this space Oh no, it doesn't line up. Okay, that's fine. I don't need this to be perfect. We can just utilize this target area here. Because it's still going to be above where I need it to be. Same thing. We'll just do modular frame, overflow. I'm so glad I extended the main bus. This is going to make this a lot easier as we get into more and more complicated parts. And then we just need to get that over to here. I feel like these are still being used, yeah. Maybe not the bottom one? Can I remove the bottom one? Yes. Temporary fixed. So we need to get this up to the next level. Probably straight across is the easiest thing. I really miss being able to travel through and pick select through the holes. You can't go through these anymore, and you can't, like, I can't do anything. It just selects the wall. I guess that's okay. Double check my numbers here. $2.5. Oh yeah, we only need like 5 of them. It's too bad you can't throttle to take less off of the main stack. And then steel, same thing here. You can pack these tighter if you want, but it tends to look a little bit tight. feel like steel we need a lot more. It's almost a shame sometimes when you hide this stuff when it's in the walls. Sometimes it's nice. If I was to start Satisfactory over again without like the Transformer theme, I would probably do a little bit more showcasing the belts and stuff. Electromagnetic control rod. Oh, I can hook those up. I did not do that yet. Steel beam 30 per minute. So again, I think it's just a 60 belt. So that's correct. Steel beam. And we don't know where those are coming from yet. Gotta go make them. However, the last set of machines are all being fed from items up here. So this needs versatile framework and electromagnetic control rods. The control rods I think I have exporting the wrong way. Yeah. So I'm going to switch those around. Just the two of them, that should be fine. These are being made 3 at a time. Or 6, 4, and 2. This requires an overflow splitter, and that'll be fine. Where are we putting these? These are going to go in there. So for this, I think what we'll do is go down. I think I should be able to do smart splitter. I'll do. That's what this is making, right? Yes. Straight out and then overflow. And the overflow will just go back. Probably to here. I guess it'd be easier if I take the overflow out to the right. And then we'll be bringing those down. And it'll be the first down of, what are we exporting? We're exporting 3 things. This is where I think I need to move that. And then the control rods need to get up into there. And then what else is over here? This is the versatile framework, but that's coming out of the other machine. So that's these guys here. I'm going to go over there. Oh, that was dumb. I think it's going to be better if I switch these. So we're going to go versatile in here. And then magnetic control rods on the outside. So then I can just go down with that. This will stay up. And then I just have to switch the direction on these guys. Versatile framework. I guess I could have left those red, couldn't I? And this is versatile framework. So this is going to be the same little squibble that we did before. Not the prettiest, but it works. Now, unfortunately, I don't have anything available to actually turn all of this on. We can have the machine start to fill up, so I can do the power, but that's about it. And then we've got the export of these, which is magnetic field generator. I think, are we doing anything with the framework? No, all framework is accounted for, so all of these, all 10 of those are being used. So the other exports are AI limiters. Oh right, I split it here. So this is actually going to be the second one. I'm gonna have to redo these a couple times, I'm sure. Because that is not gonna be pretty. I guess I could use I could go up high with these, couldn't I? Maybe? I think I have to fix the Caterium. That's the main issue. So then grab one of these signs again. I always forget to double click the signs. That's main bus. And what's the number on that? 3? No. Something is not working right here. 2.4. Oh, I've underclocked these. I'm not supposed to underclock these. Well, that doesn't work out. How did I get 12? Oh, because they're not all supposed to be. Right. 12 divided by 2.4, I guess. I should just make this do 2 per minute. And it splits it. The one thing about the Satisfactory modeler is that it doesn't really help you when you're trying to like change the number of machines. So I'm trying to get the 12 output. So 6 and 6. And that should be what we're doing now. Right. I think some of that confusion was because of the way that I was doing the blueprints. So this should be 6 per minute. And then the next thing that's getting sped out is 6 control rods. We only need 4. So it's only going to be 2 control rods coming out of here. Three, 4, 5, 6. Should be able to just move this up. Cool. So it's 2 per minute, 6 per minute. And then the very last thing is the output for... Right, so that's going that way. So it's this. It's the magnetic field generators. And for that, we should just be able to just drop this down. Like that. Why did that not work before? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh, that's weird. I guess it has to be attached first. Huh. Did not know that. I know it does look better with the poles in there, but I also just kind of delete them for having one less item in the world. I don't think we really need to worry about that kind of stuff when you're doing all this underfloor stuff. If I was doing these belts in a way that they were on the floor above and you could see them, I would make them look a lot nicer for sure. So it's just, when you multiply that by how many different factories we've got going on here, I feel like that adds up over time. Right, now this is where I have to make a decision about what I'm doing here, and I think I am going to nudge these in and rearrange this a little bit because I want to keep this all in the same sort of space.
All right.
Hey, I know what I'm doing, Ada. Leave me alone. I do find that assemblers look really cool when you do this because the outputs butt up against each other like that, which is fun. I do miss the simplicity sometimes when you're only doing 4 machines, 6 machines at a time and you don't need blueprints. It's a lot more creative and active. I feel like when you're placing down, like, whatever it is, I don't know, 47 or 48 refineries, like, it just, I feel like a lot of the creativity gets lost. It feels like you're just, I don't know, almost like, even though they're your instructions, it almost feels like you're following someone else's instructions. Alright, so that will change how this operates down below. We can no longer do this. We have to have separate outputs. And that's fine. So we'll do a merger. Oh, that's right. I forgot. These snap to the ceiling now. I always forget that. That's a new thing in 1.0? That's the output. Yes, merger. Stream is at 4 hours. Thanks very much, Sandy. Appreciate it. We'll be wrapping up here in a second. Okay, so that is the output fixed. Are these doing 60 apiece? Yeah. So now we need 120 lines going into another merger. And then the 360 belt, whatever, will go in here. 270, I mean. I may regret doing that. We'll have to see. Okay. And then the inputs now, I just have to fix this little conundrum here. I've encased the input. It's not going to be hard. Not going to be easy either. I'm actually curious. I want to try, if I just take this and go up to here, where it just doesn't go anywhere, and then grab one of these. Does that work out? I mean, in theory. That's not quite the right. Okay, so we've got inputs on the outsides there, but they are very tight. So I need to get inputs into this area. And there's 2 of them. I've got a lot more room on the other side. I should have taken those out wider. So I could... All right. If I could work vertically here, it would work out okay. Coming from there. So this could be on the ceiling here. Not my favorite thing to do, is to have splitters and mergers up against each other like that, because you can't really see what's going on. So if I did that over here too. Take care, Sandy. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. This is a splitter. Then I just need to get this split into those 2 spots, which I could do, I guess, this way. I wanted to put a floor hole there, which I don't. Pretty tight to weasel that around. Doable. So it's a little tricky. We're doing a little clipping. I guess I could maybe move that around. All right, avoiding the clipping. They are kissing, and that's fine. That's the Caterium, and then I just have to belt that going this way. Make sure it's going in the right one. So many blinky lights when you start doing this stuff with splitters and mergers. I don't know why it keeps on turning these. They still haven't fixed that. probably a feature, not a bug, but it drives me crazy. Alright, so that's the Caterium hooked up. And then that also looks nice up top. Cool, so the only thing left to do is just make sure they got power. Oh, that's going to be tricky. Have to bring the power down along the side. And then where does this connect over here? That's on that side. I'll do the same thing over here. And I guess we'll just go this much. That connects those up together. Now the main power, where did I bring the main power in? I think I brought it in with the elevator? Yes. So let's keep this line consistent. Alright, so that power is down this way. Connects across there to there. Everything else is down the middle. And so really it's just a matter of hooking up the machines to the nodes. Oh, they've all got power now. Oh, right. The blueprints were already hooked up. Ah, it's just these guys. Hooking up power has a lot of UI issues too. Excellent. Now I should also be able to just use my little blueprints here. Assembler, constructor, power decor. Now I don't know what color I'm going to make all this stuff. For now, maybe we'll just go with some black. Yeah, we'll go with yellow for now. Cool. So, like I said, the only thing we can't do today is actually get it all running because we do not have 2 of our 5 ingredients, I think, or 3 of them. 3. We're not making 2. No, we're not making 1. The other 2 are just either in quantities I'm not sure of or very far away. But that's pretty good. That is basically the magnetic field generators ready to go. We just have to sort out the rest of the inputs and, of course, run the outputs over to the main bus. Nice. Cool, folks. I'm going to pass you along to somebody else playing Satisfactory, I hope. Give me a minute here to see who's live. Unfortunately, when I do that, my audio cuts out for the game. Where is it? There it is. It's only Thursday. Hibbits normally streams on Friday. You know what? I like gaming with Doc. I've been following some of his stuff on YouTube and pretty educational stuff. I think you'll enjoy it. So I'm going to raid Gaming with Doc, and I will see you folks tomorrow. The plan tomorrow is to have a shorter stream, but it should still start at 1 o'clock Atlantic, hopefully. I will see you then. Check out patreon.com/JoelDuggan in the meantime if you want to support the stream or join the Discord. It's only $2 a month, less than a cup of coffee. Great way to support me and a great way to hang out with some like-minded people. We are having some really fun conversations about AI in the Discord lately, so check that out at patreon.com/JoelDuggan. I'm Joel Duggan on social media. Surprise, I know, it's shocking. Very easy to find. And of course, check out the Spawn Chunks and the Citadel Cafe podcasts. I will see you folks tomorrow. Bye for now.